Good morning. What up, Daisy? How you doing, dog? It do it jiggle? Shit, you know it do, Joanne. You know it be jiggling. What up, Joanne? How you doing? I'm gonna quickly run some ads just so we can get them out of the way before I drop the Discord notification, and then we'll get this show on the road. What up, Danny? How you doing? So forgive me for what I'm about to do, but it has to be done. All right, see you guys in a couple minutes. Peh, ads. Look at this guy. This guy gets gifted a sub, and now he's elite. It's not like I'm gonna watch him. It's true. Lay down. Lay angel. I'm in need, baby. Shout out to my homegirl. Which one? Oh shit, the Songify thing's not working. Okay, give me. Every goddamn time, bro. Songify. Otter, you mean your sugar mama? Taking care of you, buying you gifted subs to her little baby. You're just a little baby NFT. Okay, let me see if Disney's link works now. When I forget, then I want to give it an extra key. NFT, the most humble viewer. I know. Okay. How's your weekend going, guys? NFT, you doing homework? Don't be jealous of my fresh youth and witty intelligence. One of those is true for sure. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Allergies have been obliterating me. Yeah, dude, it's that season. I've noticed like my apartment's been like really warm and sticky, and like the seasons are starting to transition here, and so it's getting a lot warmer. So I'm gonna have to start cranking my AC a little bit, I think. Oh, is that Nancy? Cool. Yeah, we're doing a little Nancy piece here, and then we're gonna get into some animation after. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go on this thing, but I decided to be lazy. I was gonna be sick this week, and I'm treating it myself. I was sick this week. I'm treating myself. I see. Also, how you doing, littlest cookie? Wasn't me. A little bright. Wasn't me. Good. I hope your Saturday's treating you well. It's pretty sick, dude. It's pretty sick. I love Saturdays. I won't lie. All right, our ads are done. Let's drop the Discord notification. Let more people know we're in here. We'll get the show on the road. Never took a ride on me. Otter said she'd wait. Otter said we'd game today, and she has yet to wake up. Sigh. Bro, it's 12 p.m. She's got to be up. Oh, what are you gonna play? I'm not gonna play shit. Oh, you mean NFT? Also, hey Snack, what up for banter? How you doing, dog? She ain't responding. I guess she hates me. She might be out doing stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Dude, I have a canker sore under my tongue. It hurts so fucking much, dude. I get canker sores so often. Like a few times a year. It's really, really annoying. I hate them. You bite yourself often? I don't think so, dude. I think I just I eat a lot of like oranges and like acidic fruits and shit like that, so that's probably why. That's my assumption. Come on, Snack, you should play Peak with us. I'm going out later. I'm going to a bar with some of my buddies after work. So unfortunately, I'm a no-go on that one. I have 2 as well. I don't bite myself as far as I know either. Me neither. Is Toothpaste coming? I don't think so. I think he's doing some other shit tonight. A little pouty. About to go out for dinner with my fam. Hell yeah, dude. What are you getting? Okay, then I don't care. Obsessed, bro. Have you asked him out yet, NFT? I feel like her mouth and chin are a little too forward. It's like bugging me. What up, Nancy? How you doing? Nope. Oh, that's good. Seafood, probably? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, shit. I haven't been looking at my YouTube chat. Not that anybody's probably chatting in there. Oh, we do have somebody chatting in there. Would you look at that? Has been edits. Hello, how's the flow? May I suggest a song, please? Song requests are only on Twitch, unfortunately. I don't have a function for it on YouTube, sadly. If you come over to Twitch, then yeah, for sure you can queue up a song. But unfortunately, there's just no functionality on YouTube. She looks like she's pouting almost. I know. I don't really like the way it's looking right now. There's a lot of stuff I want to change. Mostly the positioning of the mouth and chin and the width on it. Toothpaste is probably the best date. You think so? Good old days when you used to manually input songs in the queue. I know. I've changed, dude. Viewership changed me. It's just easier to queue songs when there's like 2 people in chat. But when there's like more than 2, not a lot right now, but if there's more than 2, then it's definitely a lot nicer to have like the bot. Also, how you doing, Kayla? I want to make the face almost more structured. It feels a little too chibi-esque, which was the original idea, but I want to see if I could just sort of push things a little bit. Be a bit more mature. I don't want to go too, like, Hollywood. That's a bit too much chin there. I think that's better. As a base, anyways. I never should have given you money for subs. Money has changed you. Yeah, that Twitch money really do be too much sometimes, all going to my head. I like a sort of like softer purple hue here for the shadow. I'm gonna lower my desk. I'll stand up in a bit. I think I've been standing all morning. Ugh. Oh no. What layer am I drawing on right now? If you don't know what to spend it on, you can always buy me a laptop. Does your school have like a specific laptop requirement? I remember mine like made us buy MacBooks. The only reason I own a MacBook is because my college made me buy it. But I would have never paid for it myself, you know? Nope, they have computer labs. DK, what up, big dog? How you doing? What standing desk do you have? I want one eventually. I have the... I can't type because I'm like... I have the E7 plus Max. It sounds like a fucking anime move, dude. E7 plus Max. And I have the 71-inch version. Saws Bandit being a menace. How you doing, Snack? I'm chilling. I'm good, dude. I'm good. How you doing, Nancy? As you can see, I actually kept drawing this after stream yesterday, so guilty of that. I need to saturate some of these shadows, though. I think they're a little too gray and a little too muddy. Like, even these, like, this region, even though it's, like, grayish, I still would rather be a bit more saturated. I'm okay on my period, eating a block of cheese, as you do on your period, I think. I don't know. Does cheese help, ladies? Let me know in the comments below, alright? Don't forget to like and subscribe. The goal with this, by the way, is just to slowly bring up the value until it can, like, read on a white background without feeling out of place. I have to figure out the fucking horns. What color are your horns, dude? Cheese always helps, unless you're intolerant. White cheddar? Hell yeah, dude. Some good cheddar and some fig jam would fix me up right now. Damn, you on your period too, Dizzy? See, this hair here, It's just like very weird. Just because it like connects to the horn. It really doesn't make any sense. I just don't know how to deal with like horn hair. Something like that maybe, I don't know. Horns are beige? Oh my god. How the hell am I gonna do that? I feel like that doesn't fit the color scheme of this painting. Okay, let's try it out. Beige. We're gonna go reddish, and it's just gonna feel beige because it's a little bit of a cooler environment. I'm hoping. Like white, basically. I debated the idea of turning this horn this way. I don't know if that works better. I'm thinking this horn here is like the wrong direction. Hmm. This horn just feels off to me. It doesn't feel like it's in the right spot. I'll deal with it later. I do want to figure out the hair first. And how to manage this eyebrow area. Could be because I'm on my phone, but the horn in the forefront looks like it's further forward on the head. You might be right. You might be right, actually. It'd be more like here-ish. Because this one is like, it looks like it's behind the ear. Whereas... Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. Like, if I draw this in perspective, this horn almost feels like it's directly behind the ear there. I ate 4K cows for my birthday. Now I have 3 neurons functioning. Damn, dog. For my baby daddy? Yeah, exactly. He ate calories from his baby daddy, dude. Hand fed. To boot. Yeah, I gotta rework the horns. I'm gonna have to figure out the horns. I don't really know how to manage them, but... Dude, it's so warm in here. Oh my god. What temperature is it outside? Oh, it's hot as fuck out. Okay, that's why. Woo! It's so warm. I gotta turn on my air conditioner. 1 second. Oh. Air conditioner? Air conditioner. I can't survive without air conditioning, dude. I'm spoiled. I'm a big baby. I just can't do it. I need that air conditioning. Oh, best I get at work is a swamp cooler, evaporative cooler. Is that like a dehumidifier? Is that what that is? Maybe we just have different words for it. I've never heard evaporative cooler, but it sounds like the same thing. Opposite, it's a humidifier. Oh, I see. It humidifies the air. Damn. They just make it feel like a fucking jungle. I think you know what? I'm going to leave that horn there, and I might move this horn forward, because I think it's going to be easier to make changes to this back horn, because it's on the outside of the head. Whereas if I move this one, I gotta change a bazillion fucking things with, like, the hair and all this bullshit, so... It pulls air through a wet screen. I see. I thought this was Will Smith for a second. Gonna be farther in space, I think. I still really don't like the positioning of this horn. I think it should go, like, split between these two hair pieces. What up, Merc? How you doing? It actually helps if you're somewhere that's dry, that has dry heat. Makes it worse if you're somewhere humid. Yeah, my area is humid as fuck, dude. Canada gets, like, very humid. I feel like, you know how they talk about, like, how Japan is, like, super humid in the winter? Or not in the winter, in the summer? Same thing in Canada, bro. I don't know if it's, like, the same thing, because we're not on the ocean, but it's still pretty fucking... Still pretty goddamn bad, I won't lie. I could never lie to you guys, chat. Yeah, I think that's a better spot for the horn. Now I can make this sort of like part out beside it here. And then I think maybe what I'll do is I'll have like a little streak of hair just falling over top here. Doing all right. I feel sleepy though. Why don't you take a little nap? Take a little nap. I'll allow it, you know. Just lay down, Merc. And if your eyes get heavy, just let it happen, you know? I can't. My mom won't allow it since we have groceries today. No, no. Tell your mom to order her groceries off Uber. Tell her Snack says she'll save money. Sponsored by Walmart. My cat stinks, but I still love him. Why does he stink? I've never been a cat dude. I don't know. I just can't have things shit indoors. I know this is like only in places where they don't change their litter box often, but I feel like most cat owners have like a room that smells like shit. I can't do it. That ain't me, dude. That'll never be me. Also, I want my pet to like me, you know? Cats don't give a fuck about you. We're going pure black on this back here. He stinks because he's 20? Okay, acceptable. If I was like 98 years old, I'd probably smell like shit too, I assume. You're also a mouse, so having a cat in the house would be a bad idea. That's true. That's true. Are cats like dogs? Can you train a cat to just not kill your mouse? Like, I feel like a dog, if it grows up with a certain pet in the house, it'll leave it alone. But I feel like cats just instinctively don't have that ability to self-regulate. They're just gonna kill anything that's small and moves. Because they're assholes. I don't know if you guys can tell I'm not a cat guy. Technically, yes, but some cats are scared of small things. Just feels high risk, you know? No reward. Some cats don't give a fuck. My friend's cat was waiting at the window for her when she got back from our trip last weekend. Yeah, I mean, I guess cats can be affectionate, okay? But I feel like there's nothing like a freaking dog, you know? Dogs are just, they're the freaking shiz, dude. Cats are carnivores and dogs are omnivores, so yeah. Wow, my phone auto-corrected cat to cat snack. Nancy is such a huge fan, I know. She just loves saying my name, dude. It feels good, it tastes good on the tongue. It's got a nice sweetness to it. I get it. I get it. I ain't mad at it. Let's add a highlight around this area here. I'm going to push this a little more green, a little more saturated. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go a little bit more brightness here. Let me take some of these shadows. Just carve it out. It's only just a dream. Also, my mom's gonna use our grocery shopping as an exercise, so there's no dodging grocery day. Tragic, bro. I can't imagine. My phone just outed me for real. Am I saved in your automated messages? Uh-oh. What have you been saying? You talking shit about me, dude? Ooh, yeah. I think a little blue pop is gonna be nice on the hair. Just a little bit of hue variation up here. My wife. About us, think about me. Only it was only just a dream. Why not have both? Cat, cat, cat. I don't know if I'm feeling that blue back there. Think about us, think about me. Do I want to show more of the face? I just don't really like the way this piece of hair sits on the face. And it bugs me. Having an animal in your home equals stink, in my opinion. I have a dog now, but I grew up with cats. I guess it, like my aunt is like she's always had dogs and shit. I mean, my parents have too. My dog's hypoallergenic, or my mom's dog used to be hypoallergenic. She passed away recently, but like before that, we had huskies, and huskies definitely, because they shed, stink up the place. So I think if you have a dog that doesn't shed, or at least has reduced shedding, it's actually not that bad odor-wise. Thinking about us, thinking about me. I don't know if I'm feeling the blue here. Let's go a little bit more cyan. Yeah, it's kind of too much. I'm gonna mute it out. About us, thinking about me. When we gonna leave? Back down that road. Sorry for your loss. It's okay. It was like when was it? I was off. I took time off streaming for like a month. It was like my childhood dog, so it was kind of rough. But you know, she was very old, so it wasn't sudden or anything. She was just elderly. She was like 14, going on 15, and she was a big dog, big golden doodle. Cats are worth the stinkiness, are they? I don't know about that one. I've lived with cats. I'm still not a big cat guy. I'm also mildly allergic to them, so I can't really get affectionate with cats. I'm just coming up with excuses for small being smelly. That's true. I am smelly. You hate Snack. Dizzy hate me. Is this true, Dizzy? Whoa, did I really do that much on that layer? I should do a new layer. I'm making myself nervous with how much I've done here. We playing meme songs today? I'll allow a few. If they start to get annoying, then I'll veto it. But we'll let it happen, all right? He doesn't love me like he used to. No more spontaneous dates or sending me flowers. He's just there. It's become a loveless marriage. I'm cheating on you, dude. I'm cheating on you. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I'm just trying to find like a good color as a base for the hair here. Literally sobbing right now. Tragic. That's life, baby. I hope you learn. I hope this readjusts your radar, Dizzy. It wasn't me, it's you. Okay? No mercy. You deserve better, Diz. Diz with the Riz. What a heartless mouse. My heart's small. There's not a lot of love to give, you know? Okay, I gotta experiment here. I want to go a little bit more value on the highlights on the hair, but that's looking ugly. Okay, let me try more extreme shit. I think we're gonna use some magic digital effects. Let's go color dodge. I'm gonna pick that color. I'm gonna crank the value a little bit. I don't want it to be like super like neon though. It's too much. Also, I'm not working on the right layer here. Let me select that. So I gotta get rid of the color dodge I applied. The fuck? Am I tripping? Oh, it's because I moved the horn. I see. Okay. Yeah, I gotta... Okay, now... Okay. Back up here. Spamming breakup songs now? There you go. That's better than me music. We're gonna be listening to T-Swift. I don't know if that girl's ever had a happy relationship. I guess a recent one. That was way too bright. Way too bright. I still don't really like the chin area either. I'm gonna have to fix that. That versus not that. Let's just decrease the value a little bit. It's not terrible. All right, now we'll paint over it. I'm just trying to push the values a little bit more. Now I got to darken some areas because I've pushed the values up. I want to get a little darker with my shadows here. So we're going to make this a multiply layer. I'm just going to paint over top of what I got here. I'm going to saturate the fuck out of it and then... It's a little much. Let me erase some of that out. I'm trying to push my value ranges, that's all. It's a little too dark over there, I think. Let's add a little bit more brightness in the eye here. And do that on our new layer. Do you like hentai drawings? I'm not a big hentai consumer. I'm not a big anime titty guy, like in terms of my own interests. But I do think that hentai artists are probably one of the most cracked artists out there. I think their understanding of anatomy is really, really nice. Not that they're like uniquely better than any other art category, but there are some very, very, very strong hentai artists out there. Oh yeah, isn't she marrying a hot footballer? Are they not already married? I don't know anything about Taylor Swift these days. I think that's too much value here. Don't like that. Okay, I gotta figure out this chin area. It's bugging me. Finally got Bandit back inside. Holy moly, I swear he pissed me off on purpose when it's that time of the month. Boys, am I right? He's just a little guy. Does he do that thing where you put him outside and he just dodges you as you try and get him back in the house? Side note, I love Alexandria Savior, and I was so happy they had 2 of her songs on a show I watched recently. Oh, nice. What show? Yeah, it's this shit here. I'm gonna take I have an eraser here. There's a very unique eraser. It erases across all layers. You see that? But it's awesome for cleaning shit up like this. And you can lock layers that you don't want to impact. So I'm gonna lock the background here. I'm just gonna carve out the shape of her chin. Because right now I just don't like the shape here. It's not like streamlined enough. And I think I need to bring the cheek out a little bit more. But I want to make the chin a bit smaller. Toxic, how you doing? Well, is that a CSP tool or do you have to buy it? No, it's a free CSP brush. I don't think it's default with Photoshop, but you can definitely get it online. It's awesome for painting because you could just do edge cleanup really nicely. Instead of like getting all these little, like these scraggly bits, I could just fucking whoop, tighten them down or whatever. It's nice. Very, very, very big game changer. Boom. Okay, now I gotta figure out the form of the chin here. Not with that brush. That one. Thank you for the follow. Cron draws. Cron draw. You love smoking that reefer? Is that what your name means? You a little smoker, you? See, I think even now, I still think the chin would come in a little more. And this chin, I think, would be a lot narrower on this side. Better. I think that's a lot better. I think it's also because the light values from this sort of hoodie that's not painted yet. I gotta do that. Hi, Jadu. What up, J-Dog? How's your streak going, bro? You made me nervous because I didn't see you yesterday. I was like, oh no, Jadu's gonna lose his streak. Fuck. Did it survive or is it gone? Whoo-wee! Damn. Talking dirty to me, dog. Shit. I want to know how Taking Back Sunday got Flava Flav on the music video for this, did they? Flava Flav was all over the place back in the early 2000s, though, to be fair. One thing that I didn't know about Flava Flav, he loves women's hockey, dude. When that whole controversy happened with the women's team and, like, Trump or whatever, Flava Flav was, like, he was, like, a champion. He was just like, yeah, dude, I'll throw a party for the ladies. Okay, I gotta go real dark here because I'm edging this. I'm doing the edge work. I'm probably gonna have to go over it with an even darker brush. I just want to define where my edge is here, and I'm gonna go pure black, literally just for this sort of corner in here. I try and use pure black sparingly, but this is like This little overlap region here, I think, is going to be fine to go pure black on. I witnessed somebody having a 135 stream streak in a stream. I don't know how that works, bro. That's crazy. It helps if they're on a schedule, right? Because I have the same stream schedule. So if your life aligns with the streamers for long enough, you could probably pull it off. I'm just really forgetful, dude. I would never be able to remember all of that shit. Like, I lose my stream streak. The most I've ever had, I think, is like 25, and then I lost it. That looks a little better. Edging me again, Snack? Always. This, I think we're going to add a little bit of value. Just going to catch some light on this side. Maybe not as much as I have here, but... And we're going to blend it in, because it is part of the neck here. Yeah, it's looking a little weird. My highest is currently 47 right now. Where at? Who's the streamer? Snack might be the one of the streamers I consistently tune into the most, and I still don't think I got a streak. That's like me and PK. I think I watch PK the most, and I have... He's the one I had like the 25 stream streak on. But I lost it. Slowly getting back, though. Okay, I think that looks good. If you see me zooming out, it's because I want to see how the piece looks holistically. And it helps to zoom out to be able to, like, identify things working and not working. I think this little area, I want a little bit more highlight here. Just in this little spot. And then this I'm going to blend out. This I'm also going to blend just ever so lightly. I just want it to all feel like really, really subtle transitions. Also, dope fan art. I'm a very small face on a big I'm a very small face on a big canvas, though. You are? I'm feeling a little funky, so I'm going to take a brief nap and lurk in the background and maybe some self-care stuff, and I'll be back. Do your thing, King. When you said funky, I read that first sentence, and in my mind I was like, oh, he's going to cue up funk music all day. Hell yeah. That's not what he meant. Take care, Jadu. Her name's Hamu. She's a traditional art streamer, and usually every Friday she does interviews called Dramus, and will draw portraits of the person she's interviewing. She's really cool and funny. I forgot when I bumped into her. Does she stream on my schedule? I don't know if you know what my schedule is. I stream Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. If she's a midday streamer, I probably will never catch her streams because I'm at work. Yeesh, I don't like that. I do not like that. Let's blend this out. Make it a lot more subtle. This whole area needs to be a lot more subtle. Jadu feeling the funk. Let's go darker here. I just want a clear line where the chin is. She's an evening streamer, usually Monday to Friday, but she's reworking her schedule as of late. She's usually around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern time and 12 a.m. sometimes later than that. Well, next time I'm looking for someone to raid, just spam them out. Maybe we'll give them a little raid, because that does coincide with when I'm live and when I'm ending, usually. Because I usually on Fridays will end at around 8:30-ish. Ooh, I don't like that. Do not like that. Damn, everyone a mess one way or another? What are you talking about? What you mean? Jadu feeling funky, someone has an on visiting, I might have a sinus thing, allergies hitting half the chat. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess it's the season changes, you know? The seasonal changes. They're fucking with people. A little too much dark lining under there. I do want to clean up that edge though. Where's my fancy multi-layer brush? I'm chilling with the sandwich. Yeah, but you gotta go do groceries soon. You're a victim of chores. No need to brag, dude. Nancy, I feel great too. In fact, my pussy hasn't bled once today. Just saying. But just know that I sympathize with you. I don't like that. I was gonna do some bounce light shit. I'm not feeling that. Thanks, Snack. No worries. The head still feels weird to me, but whatever. I mean, a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. What up, Yeti? How you doing? Goddess of excessive gaming? Based. What games you playing these days? Literally, grocery day has always been the reason why I'm not a fan of Saturdays, but I have a few W's where my dad will go with my mom instead of me. I just order my groceries, bro. I'm lazy. Okay, I gotta figure out this hair. These bangs ain't working for me, dude. They are not working for me. I'm gonna do like a pretty crazy overpaint here. We're gonna do something dramatic. We're on a new layer, so it's not really gonna matter too much. I'm gonna give her some forehead for now, just so I can plan out the shape of things a little bit better. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I bought some nice dumbbells. Hell yes, dude. I miss working out so bad, bro. It's a little bit. How's the shoulder going? I've got an EMG on April 28th to find out if there's a nerve issue, which I suspect there is. So it's going the same until I figure out what the fuck's going on. Venosa, you raiding me? How you doing, Venosa? How you doing? Welcome in. What were you getting up to today? I saw you were painting some lady earlier with like a holding an orb or something. I was lurking a little bit. Yeah. Venosa, if you want to share anything you were working on, you know the deal. You're more than welcome to. Girl, what's your name? With me. Buy you a drink. Home with me. I was doing that girly? Hell yeah, dude. Well, you want to share with the class? I don't like that. I feel like it needs more of like a curvature to it. By the way, this hairstyle is just an experiment. I'm gonna give her bangs still, but I gotta figure out how to place the brows and stuff so that we don't have like weird overlaps. I can't like the brows are in a bad spot relative to the bangs. It works well in like a flashbang alert, by the way. It works well in like a line art context, but it does not work well in a painterly contest. Too much tangenting, not a lot of appealing overlap, and I have to plan my facial map a little bit better to have things in a better spot. You've been doing good today? I'm hella good. I'm hella good, dude. By the way, I'm just sort of... These are placeholder brows. They're probably not going to be permanent. Oh shit, we got a link. I got money in the bank. Hell yeah, dude. What's the color palette inspired by chance? It's not gonna show on this canvas. Oh, fuck, God damn it. Okay, give me a second here. Hell yeah, dude. The color palette reminds me of something. I don't know what. My buddy, I feel like, uses these colors a lot, Venosa, so that's probably why I like it seems familiar, you know? The character from Firefly from Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail. I see. Well, looks sick, dude. Venosa, where can people follow you? Tell us where we can find you. Okay, now if I have the bang sort of do something like this. It's going to be a little bit clearer, I think. And there's going to be space for the brows, which is the most important thing here. On blue sky on the ready. Well, let's see it, dude. What's the blue sky? Bombastic. Fantastic. I don't know how I feel about that either. Really struggling with this hair, huh? I don't like that either. Beware of woman drawing and don't open it in public. Don't like me stuff I can't open in public. Oh, you mean just like I see what you mean. Okay. By the way, what inspired you to paint this elf chick? It's not I'm not inspired by anything. Nancy Dearest in chat is a streamer here. She did fan art of my character a while ago, Snack, me. Okay, and I'm just also doing something back for her. This is her character. So that's sort of where the inspo comes from, I guess. Yo, that's me. That's right. Okay. I think this works a little bit better. Oh, I don't want to erase like that. I just want to bring back sort of the texture we had under here. Okay, time to stand up. When one shoulder hurts, I stand because, like, both positions hurt a different shoulder, which is very funny. But I'm hyped to see me in his art style. This is you in my art style. There's not much more to see. Snack man, you look very good. I don't have to make her do anything. She's already looking good. Right, Nancy? Good looking PNG tuber. Yep, whatever you like. Yeah. Whatever you like. That's a little weird looking on the nose. Don't need nobody. Venosa casually dissing me. I'm sure they didn't mean it. Right, Venosa? Did you finish the spinning guy? What up, Mackenzie? Nah. I didn't finish him. We are gonna do him today, though, at some point. Well, I have to dip to a bar, so depending on how fast we can get through, Nansoid's thing. What am I doing? I'm looking for my timeline. We got some progress done on him, but just not a lot. I still gotta finish the hair. He's getting there. His form's coming through a little bit. We'll get there eventually. Looks dope. Thank you. Need your body. On me. Trone on ice. Need nobody. How's your world building project going, guys? Stop asking me about my projects. They're not coming along great. I tried all jokes aside, I tried doing backgrounds, and I was struggling with it quite a bit, and then it dawned on me that I'm kind of screwed. I don't really know how to make that project work without backgrounds. So either I team up with a background artist, which makes things a lot more real, or there we go. Or I learn to do backgrounds, which seems very unrealistic. I've just been out of the loop, not any malicious checking intent. No, I'm not mad at you, dude. Don't worry. I feel like I have so many projects that I want to do that I just sort of struggle with. And so I get frustrated at myself for like wanting to do a thing but not being able to do it to the standard that I want. So that's where that came from. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, you're good, dog. Hey, Snaggy, what up, Sade? Sade. I can hang on. Looking for a little shorty. I know one of those. How's it going? This piece is looking sick. Thanks, dude. I feel that. I have a long list of art things I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to manage. Okay. I gotta look at your character again. Nancy, dearest, Bart. So why must I feel this way? Okay, you just kind of have like one big chunk in the middle, huh? Ride with me. Why must I this way? Must be the money. Fixing art? Fixing art? What do you mean? I am fixing this piece just because like I don't know what to do with the hair. I had like this and then felt like it was too much, and I've switched to this, which is a little more subtle. So kind of, yes, fixing, kind of. I'm trying to experiment with different options. Hello, Rodent. What up, Cutmara? How you doing, dog? Round me. So why must I be this way? Must be the money. I think this ear would actually be way deeper in here. Like, I think the ear would, like, honestly come out to, like, here, probably. I just don't really want to show it. Why must I this way? Must be the money. What's an illustration without the artist changing things around? I know. Using this chat as a dance room, my bad. Go crazy, dude. Groove. I feel like it's a thing that quite a few artists have too many projects. I know. I think it's just the frustration of, like, wanting to commit something to yourself and not being able to follow through. The issue is not being able to follow through for, like, skill issues, though, which is even more frustrating than just being lazy. I feel like at least if I'm just lazy, like the fact that the project's not getting done just comes from a place of disinterest. But when you actually are interested and you want to make a thing but you can't execute on it, that frustration is like on another level, dude. But I feel like every artist kind of deals with that. Big chillin', got a bowl of loaded potato that I'm about to demolish and the itch in my bones to draw. What are you drawing today, dude? West Side Story. Maria, Maria. Not a single clue. Well. When snack painting 101? When am I doing a painting 101? Dude, my process is fucking chaotic, bro. if I removed all these layers one by one, you'd see so many different attempts of different things. Like the bangs look like this, then they look like this. Then, you know, I added more values and shadows and neck forms and all this shit. So it just like constantly changes. There's too much going on, you know? My process is just too messy. And then there's a bunch of shit that I got rid of because I just didn't like it. I don't think I could confidently guide somebody to paint like me because it's like part structure. Like I have a process sort of, but it's also kind of void. I was so enraptured. It's a new word. Enraptured. Amen. Watching you pull this out of the purple void yesterday. Thanks. Well, it was, I think we had a base sketch that we went off of, which helps a lot. I like... Painting without a base sketch is very, very difficult for me. I've done it before. It's not a strength of mine at all. You amaze me. Thanks, dog. So sweet. I try, you know? I don't know. It really looked like it was coming to life out of the background. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably because I had the base line sketch. Like, the line sketch was there. It's just, like, because the background was so dark, if you're watching on mobile or something, it's probably just really hard to see the lines. But there was a base sketch that I was using. Nah, you're up on my second monitor getting direct attention? Hell yeah, dude. I also have a second monitor. My buddy gave it to me. He's a little sweetie pie, dude. Little patootie. He said he had 3 monitors, and he was just tired of having 3 monitors. So he gave me one. Incredibly zazed. Speak French 1 minute. Ok. Les playoffs viennent juste de commencer dans la LNH. Et je pense que je vais suivre les équipes pour voir si une équipe canadienne gagne la coupe cette année. À chaque année, c'est toujours une équipe américaine, puis c'est toujours une équipe américaine de comme du sud des États-Unis. Donc comme la Floride ou mettons, c'est qui a gagné avant ça? Tampa Bay peut-être? Aucune idée. Honnêtement, c'est toujours une équipe américaine. Mais je pense que la Floride, ils ont gagné les 2 dernières années. Puis ils ont battu les Oilers. J'étais en support pour les Oilers pendant la coupe, la série finale, mais enfin, quand ils n'ont pas gagné, donc whatever. That's life. What are you gonna do, you know? You, the French, shake my head, my head. Do you do that on purpose? You do the SMH my head? Also, for the record, I thought of you. Thought you'd be proud that I sketched up a potential D&D character from memory using references only for clothes. Yeah, well, is that the one you posted in the Discord? I did see that, and it's a significant improvement, dude. Significant improvement. So I think you're on the right path. Just keep doing what you're doing, and training your observation and shit, and you'll get a lot of gains out of it. I believe in you. Her skull shape is just a little weird. Only in art can you talk about skull shape without getting in trouble, you know, but Twitch just be letting anyone on here. That's true. I'm unstoppable, bro. They can't shut me down. Just goes to show your help is indeed helpful. I think the really like just trying to it sounds mumbo jumbo-y, right? When you say like train your observation ability in art, but it is crucial to improving. It's like one of the biggest foundational changes you can make is learn to just observe things with a little bit more criticality and a little bit more of an eye for detail. And if you do that and you start noticing sort of angles, you know, where does the arm line up relative to the hip, relative to this, you start making all these connections and these pathways in your brain that help you double check your work later on. Don't want to give her like normally you have like this little zone of like not blush but kind of blush. It adds like more warmth to a character, but I just don't know if I want to do it. It might be too much. But right now it feels overexposed. So I'm just gonna add it, fuck it. That. Alright. Forgot I did the hair on this layer. No process is perfect, but perfecting the process helps a ton. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go to my grandma's. See you later. Alright, DK. I appreciate you popping in, big dog. Are we standing today? I'm currently standing, yes. I was sitting earlier. Being able to toggle between sitting and standing is really nice, because it means that I don't have to, like... I don't strain too much in one position. It gives me a bit more mobility and flexibility. And long... The fuck am I thinking of right now? What's the word I'm thinking of? Not endurance. Longevity. That's the word. Sound it out. Thank you. My buddy was stuttering the other day, and I was going, come on, spit it out, spit it out. You got it, spit it out. I don't know if you've ever seen that clip. I fucking love that clip. Come on, you got it, spit it out. You're intended freaking with the girl next door. Frankie. I'm too gay for that shit. I draw in pretzel mode. What does that even mean? You contort yourself to draw? And is that a side effect of homosexuality? I was unaware. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Gays can't sit straight? It's true. Right, right. Right, that's true. Forgot about that. I can only stand straight. That's why my back hurts so much. Back straight and butt clenched. Okay? We gotta keep the butt clenched for security. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. We were both butt naked. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? Do your thing, Nancy. I'll be here. By the way, flashbang warning. I'm about to get rid of the background here just to see how it's working without it. The goal is to have this work on a white background, but I'm building up the values slowly. Having a dark background helps me see my values better. Creeping with the girl next door. Giving her an extra key. This, I think, would just curve more like that. I think. I mean, I'm guessing. Elves don't really exist, so I'm just kind of gotta guess it, you know? It's also technically not an elf, it's a tiefling, but... Are you guys team tiefling or tiefling? Which one do you guys say? I feel like tiefling makes me feel like I'm, like, British, or saying it with, like, a British accent, you know? I feel like if a true Westerner should say tiefling. And that's not just because I said tiefling for, like, years before that. Ah, shit, I'm getting a phone call, guys. I might actually have to take this one. Do I? Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Did I pause the music, didn't I? Whoops. I had to take a call from a mortgage broker. I'm applying for some sort of financing thing, and I needed to take. They've been calling me for like a fucking week at like the worst time ever, and I've never been able to answer. They call me like while I'm at work and shit. I'm like, okay, let's go. It is a let's go. It is a good thing. It's stupid finance stuff. I'm not gonna bore chat with my financial scheming, but I swear to God, they only call it the worst times. It's 1:27 p.m. on a Saturday. Why is the like a bank open right now? He was gonna give me like a thing. I was like, how long is this gonna take? And then he was like, it can take as long or as short as you want. I was like, can you email it to me? He's like, yeah. All right. I was like, cool. Do that then. Dollars are so silly. Well, unfortunately, we need them. Tragically, I need them. If it were up to me, guys, I'd be unemployed and making money at the same time and have my life's needs sustained, but the world don't work like that, sadly. Not yet, anyways. When the world revolts and they start killing landowners, don't kill me, okay? I'm one of the good ones. I'll protect the rat, thank you. If anybody's curious about what I'm doing with my mortgage, I'm doing this thing in Canada. It's only a Canadian strategy, so it's not really gonna do much for Americans, but I'm doing this thing called the Smith maneuver, which I'm very excited to do. It helps with, like, accelerated payments of the mortgage. It's a little medium risk, but I've been investing for a long time, so I don't think I'm gonna ruin my life. I'm not too worried. I long for the days of being a king's jester, paid only in bread and board. Yeah, well, see, that's my thing. I just wish I could be like a billionaire's pet, you know, just painting in their giant mansion all day. That's how it used to be in the good old days. We're getting too bright here. Back when this country was something special. Shake my head, my head. Amen, brother. Ugh, I hate this. I hate drawing this stupid thing. I don't like the way the hair's going. Whatever. We're just gonna get it done. I'm not really gonna worry about appeal too much. It's more for funsies. It is dick. I always feel like if I ever made music, the idea of like making music about getting blown and getting fucked and like getting digged down. Actually, I wouldn't be the one getting digged down, but dicking people down, crazy style, gorilla style, berserker mode. I don't think I would. I don't think I would rap about that personally. I would feel like too cringe. This is a song about how somebody tried to kill him and then missed all of their shots. Well, you just gotta squeak in banging 20 million women in between it. Not that I have anything against that. Be a hoe, fellas, okay? Whore it up. I'm no prude, but it is just very funny to just squeak that in a drive-by. Right. Molasses Raid, what up, Molasses? How you doing, big dog? What you got? What you got for me today, huh? What you been working on? You want to share with the class, sweet Molasses? Let me give you a little shout out. Sweet. Was my PNG tuber not there the whole time? What's going on? Oh, I probably just hit a button. I did hit a button, that's why. Last category, art. What kind of art were you doing today, dog? Any capybara themed stuff? I saw you were doing more humanoid stuff recently when I was in your stream, or lurking. Perhaps some of that. Okay, I want to get more of a highlight going across this hair here. So I'm gonna do that with, I want to say an overlay layer, maybe? Nah. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude, Dally. How you doing? I've actually been developing a goblin OC. Oh shit, well, you want to share with the class? Hey yo, what up, Dally? We're gonna go... I don't really know. Brightness? This is just like white. Not quite what I'm going for here. It's a little too much. Okay, we got a link, chat. Oh wow, a full exploration page. Alright, let's pull this up. Flashbang warning, I'm switching canvas. Where the hell is it? The fuck? Did I not copy it? What the hell? Hopefully I'm not just pasting my password there or anything. Okay, copy, whoops, copy image. Let's try that again. Paste. There we go. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna move this up because it's still below some of my layers here. It's looking sick, dude. Is this for like a larger project or something? Let's put it up here. I got accepted into a conference to do a talk, and now I gotta come up with a talk. What's the talk on? Just concept practice. I wanted to get better at designs. Okay, dope, dude. Well, it looks sick. It looks sick. Where can people fall? I really like this pose, actually. The flow in it is nice. This one, too. Nice C-curve. Where can people find your art if they want to follow you anywhere? Molasses. Do you want to link any socials? Go for it. Bro, I have a canker sore under my tongue. It is driving me fucking crazy. Art direction is marketing. Okay. Is that what it is these days? I've never done any art directing, but I assume it's like all about just basically pitching stories and getting them to go viral and all this shit. Which sounds not very fun, to be quite honest. Okay, let's try... I'm gonna just go We're gonna channel our inner raw straws, and we're gonna do color dodge. There we go. Let's do a little color dodge up here. Some more shine in the hair. In your DMs mostly? Nah, but I'm mostly roaming servers. No socials quite yet. I was about to check my DMs. I was like, I don't see anything here. What's going on? It's bad, dude. When I have a canker sore, I just want to press against it with my tongue as hard as I can. Because the pain is like kind of like cathartic in a way, but it like hurts so bad. But that just like inflames it even more. When the early decisions you make, art direction-wise, affect marketing plans later, and a few people plan for that. Like what though? I feel like we could just brainstorm this, and then you'll get your talk. I am curious though. Oopsies. I don't think this is really doing enough. Huh? Why is it not queuing up? Oh, there it is. You mean to me? Like, you decide the look of the game and that decides the tone of your marketing. Oh, yeah, I guess. That's true. That's me when I bite my inner cheek. I wish there was, like... I feel like it's, like, a genetic thing for me. I've had marketing... Or, not marketing. I've had canker sores my whole life. Marketing, you say? My ears are perked. You guys should talk, dude. Okay, I don't know if color dodge is the move. What about glow dodge? Don't know what you mean to me. Also, sweet molasses. If you got a dip, if you got shit to do, you know the deal, bro. You don't gotta hang around here. I won't stop you, obviously. Nah, it's too much. Too much light. I don't like that. I think we're just gonna leave it the way it is. My marketing is hereditary, sorry. Yeah, exactly. No, these canker sores are fucking... It's gotta be hereditary. I don't know if my mom gets canker sores or whatever, but... I get them, like, several times a year. It's so annoying. They last so long, too. They're always, like, 2 weeks to, like, heal. Is you when I'm with my boo. Yeah, Nox gives good marketing advice. I'm just terrible at applying it. I think I've given up on the whole becoming an internet sensation. I just don't think I give a shit enough, you know? I don't think followers matters to me enough. You know what I mean? I feel like if I was like more into, like, if I was more obsessed with numbers and metrics and being like, I gotta get 100,000 followers. Like, I know how to do it. I feel like I just don't have the energy to do it. I don't want to make reels. I don't want to like do all this shit. It's like it's too much. I just don't give a fuck about reels or video editing. And I know there's like simple ways to do that stuff, but even then, I'm still too lazy. Even if it's like clips from stream. What you mean to me? It definitely takes some cutthroatism. Not all people want to adapt, which is fair. The thing is, I don't even think it's like I just I don't know. It's hard to visualize the reward. You know what I mean? I feel like if the reward is more followers, then I don't give a shit. But unfortunately, that's kind of the game. You got to do the more followers to gain more money and stuff like that, right? I like the idea of making more money, but just the grind of just doing not making any money until eventually you start making money just fucking sucks. But that's like all business, I guess. Okay, time to sit. I've been standing too long now. Dude, hit me up. Marketing's a borderline special interest of mine. I get it, man. I hold myself to posting 3 shorts a week, and even that could be a scramble sometimes. Yeah, nah. That I could never do that. One a week was like rough enough. For me, the reward's notoriety and recognition of effort. My platform is based on activism and support of marginalized communities, which is not a monetarily thriving department right now, but personally means more to me than money. That's fair. My whole thing would be like artistic growth, I guess. But it's, I don't know. I don't know. The part-time weed job pays the bills, so I can fill my soul. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong button. I found that it's far more important to focus on what you want to achieve with your platform rather than what your platform can do for you or return for you. I find more fulfillment that way. Yeah, I feel like I get a lot of that from being on Twitch though. Like I don't know. I just don't care about like social media engagement enough. I've never been like somebody who actively posts to get engagement and stuff like that. It's just sort of and when I say that, I mean like I don't look forward to the engagement when I make a post. If I make a post, it's usually to share something. When I was making the reels, I think I was a little bit more engagement focused, right? But like, I wouldn't do that if like the sort of industry like meta right now wasn't to make reels. I'd probably just post flat static images, which is what I wish was still popular. Mm-hmm. The hair still feels really, really, really flat to me. Nah. Yo, sup guys? What up, Symphony? It's an interesting landscape right now for sure. I fucking hate it. I mean, I don't know what to say. I wish reels were deleted and illegal. I hate them so fucking much, dude. I know that's hyperbolic. I don't think they should be illegal, but I genuinely hate the current social media like environment. Just can't stand it. Snack fan arting, or were you commissioned? I don't do commissions. This is all from for the love of the game. I have considered opening up commissions though. Mostly because when I did my taxes, my fucking income on Twitch was so pathetic. I was like, oh, maybe I should actually start doing commissions. I made a VGen, but I don't have a code, unfortunately, so. And I'm too lazy to apply. I miss when TikTok was a decent platform and fun to engage with. Trends are so fast right now and so burnout pilled. Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like if I did physical comedy where it was like a recording of like myself, like if I was just doing myself, you know what I mean? Like as a skit, I think it'd be easier to make reels. But when you're an artist, a lot of it comes down to what you create, and you just cannot force that speedy creation pipeline. It's not realistic for me. I'm too slow. I have a shoulder injury, so I can't really power through really aggressively on stuff. So yeah, it's difficult, and so for that, I just it frustrates me even more because it feels like the whole industry is so fast now. I don't know. The early stages of the Sigma trend, meh. I don't think people watch like Sigma trends unironically these days, do they? I base my art posting now on the fact that it's not AI and hope that carries me to the good ones. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. I'm not a big activisty guy. Like the AI stuff, obviously I'm not pro AI. But I don't think I'm like that emotionally swayed by it either. I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. I guess if you get into the nitty gritty of AI, I really don't like it. I'm just apathetic, I suppose. I'm very unaffected, and I recognize that I'm a little bit privileged in that regard, but I'm unfortunately a passion-based creature. I like to argue. And I like to talk about geopolitics and stuff like that. I just don't have a lot of emotionality in it. And I feel like sometimes when I talk about people about like politics and stuff, it comes off not sociopathic, but a little cold because it's like I'm just very detached from just not really like emotionally affected by a lot of stuff. Unless it's like directly impacting me. But like foreign wars and shit like that, I don't know, it doesn't I'm not gonna get all up in arms over shit like that. But like local stuff will definitely annoy the fuck out of me. I'm doing a caramel Dankin animation because I didn't animate for a while. I forgot how to turn the onion skin off. Oh, it's just there's a button on the timeline. I gotta pull up a timeline. It's this button right here. On, off, on, off. You gotta meet my friend Jake. Is he like that? He's just apathetic. I'm not apathetic, I guess I should say. I have opinions, and they're solidified. And I'm not gonna tell you guys what they are. But I just, you know, I just not like, probably, you're probably never gonna catch me at a protest. He likes to argue. I'm an ex-debate bro. I definitely used to be like a lot more of like a hardcore like debate dude. I just don't really do it much these days. Unless I'm with somebody that I know is like reasonable and is not going to fucking lose their mind and get like super emotionally heated and shit like that. Because I don't like jeopardizing relationships with people. That's sort of the issue with the whole debate bro stuff. I don't mind having hardcore debates. I just, most people really struggle to sort of remain emotionally chill. Are you non-confrontational? No, I'm very confrontational actually. It's not that I'm non-confrontational. It's that I've just had. I feel like if you debate bro at people, okay, rather than debate bro with people, you damage your relationships. If you have a relationship with somebody who also has that same temperament, where you guys can have really sort of controversial, deep conversations and still come out of it, being like, well, yeah, whatever. Like, then I think in those contexts, it's appropriate to have that debate bro mentality. Whereas I think if you're debate broing at people that are really not politically minded or, don't really want to engage with stuff, you just come off as an asshole, right? So I think that's sort of, as I grew up, that was the thing that I learned to differentiate is like, time and place, who you're arguing with and all that stuff. Like if somebody comes up to me and wants to have like a discussion, that's fine. But if I say something and then they go into like some sort of like hardcore preacher mode, I'm probably gonna disengage because I'm like, you're too emotionally locked in for us to have any grounded conversation here. If I don't feel like you could sway me and I could sway you in some capacity, like if you're too anchored into your beliefs without good reason, I think, then I'm probably just not really gonna engage because it's kind of a pointless conversation. It'd be like having a debate with like a hardcore Trumple that still is like a diehard like Trump dick suck today. It's like there's so much cognitive dissonance there. It doesn't matter what I say to this person. They're bought in, dude. Like, you know what I mean? How is debating me? I think you're too bought into your views personally. I think you, no offense, I think you were very dismissive. Nah, not dismissive. I just I don't think you thought through your arguments very well. And for context, we had a religious debate in DMs at some point a while ago. I think you were reasonable. Like I don't think you were like emotionally charged or anything. I think our styles of like coming to conclusions are just very very different. But I don't think you were like offended or like, super reactive or anything like that. But it did sort of feel a little bit like the conversation was like, well, we're both coming at this from two positions that are not going to move. And I think on religion in particular, I am very immovable. I have pretty strong opinions on religion. And that one is one I'm a little bit more fickle on. I'm not a very pro religion guy. Hello, this looks great. Thanks, Trust. How you doing, Trust? What's the TLDR of your religious views? I think people are too sympathetic to religious people when they do like significant cultural harm. And I think there's a lot of like history as to why that is. And I think people are a little bit too light on being critical of religion because it feels like a little bit of a taboo issue. But I think there are points that are really important to be critical on. And to be clear, I have no issue with people being religious, but the degree of religiosity and the justification of using ideology for really negative like societal prescriptions or outcomes to me is destructive, and it should be ridiculed and criticized, okay, when it comes up. But I think there's a lot of sensitivity around certain religions, and so it's very difficult to have those conversations without coming off like a dickhead. Banger. I'm doing good. You? I'm doing good. Trust. How you doing, dog? Well, you literally just answer me. You're doing good. I think people treat religion and discussions around religion with kid gloves, and it frustrates me in a lot of contexts. I think a lot of people have very I don't know, charitable views on certain religions. As somebody raised Southern Baptist, I agree with the stance. I was raised Christian Catholic, but I wasn't like, my family wasn't particularly hardcore religious. And you know what? That form of religiosity, to be quite honest, I feel like if you're religious, but you're not like in people's face and you're not like prescribing like policy changes in government and shit like that around your religion, then I don't give a fuck. That's not the people that bother me, okay? The live and let live people, that doesn't bother me, okay? The people that want to integrate sort of religious views and religious culture into sort of like government, that's where my issues are. Primarily, the whole live and let live shit, I don't really give a fuck. If you're religious, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Same in society. Some people are over religious, which is an issue I debate in my community a lot. Yeah. I was raised hardcore Catholic, and I agree with this stance. I agree with you, but I also think that that same issue you brought up exists in science, but with the belief that science is some infallible object method of viewing the world when it in itself has those ingrained biases. I mean, yes and no. There are certainly people who push, like a good example of what you're saying, Jadu, to steelman your argument is like the vaccine shit, right? There were a lot of like schizos that like went on Joe Rogan and had these sort of like authoritative stances on vaccines and shit that made it seem a lot more plausible that there was a lot more conspiracy around vaccination. Now, now that the fog is like dismissed and dispersed or whatever, it's a lot clearer that these people are like charlatans. But the issue with religion is that you can't actually fall back on fact the same way that you can in science to disprove people, right? And I say fact with big fat air quotes because the reality is like science is this fluid thing, and it should always be changing and always evolving. And the issue with religion is that it's a lot more static, and it doesn't shift as much as like scientific endeavors do. You can always over time change the general consensus in a scientific light, whereas you can do that in religion a little bit. Like you there's been a little bit more of an acceptance of gays and like LGBT stuff and stuff like that within a religious context, but generally speaking, it's a lot more rigid and a lot more resistant to change. And I don't think science has that same problem. It does have that problem, but not to the same degree, and it tends to be concentrated in very small pockets. And you could say that about religion, but generally speaking, I think. Anyways, should I zone back out? If you want, we're getting into a very high-level discussion on religion, and I'm trying to be cautious about it. I know there's some religious folks in chat and all that stuff, so I don't want to go too aggro on it, but... Hey, Merc. Hey, Merc. Sorry. Ooh woo. I got a little emotionally charged ooh woo. Sorry. Where'd the R go? The R is for serious people, and we're not serious people, okay? We keep it silly. I'm just a silly little VTuber, dude. I'm having religious discussions with my titties out. I got nosy and spark chatter. Whoopsie. It's all good, dude. I wouldn't consider this very emotionally charged. I do recognize, though, if you're a religious person and you're listening to this in chat, you might feel uncomfortable about offering like a counter argument, and I'm sorry about that if that's the case. This is my view, so I'm obviously going to be biased. I don't really want to encourage sort of like hardcore religious debate, despite the fact that it's been a very one-sided stance for me on this, and I recognize that, but it is where it is. Sorry. Speaking as someone who studied biochemistry and quite thoroughly understands the process of how vaccines work, I fully understand why people were hesitant. Science has a bit of a mysticism about it that doesn't convey effectively the average person. There's been a long history of people using scientific methods to be very abusive, and mistrust is bound to develop. Yeah, that's probably one of my biggest criticisms. I 100% agree with that. I think one of my biggest criticisms of the whole COVID thing was how poorly the whole thing was like communicated, you know? I think like the issue was just there was just not a lot of clear consensus. And when you look at it objectively, your PNG's frozen. Is it? I'll restart it. When you look at that whole like scenario, like objectively, from an outside perspective, okay, third party, there wasn't a lot of consensus because it was a new thing that humanity experienced, right? So people were just kind of figuring it out as we went along. So, you know, you have like scientific advisors in government being like, well, you should wear masks, and then well, maybe masks aren't that important, and then back and forth and flip-flopping. And that to the general public is like a really bad form of communication because people are going to run with anything, and then it got super politicized, and like, I think there were a lot of hiccups in the whole COVID shit, but you know, I feel like that's also sort of the beauty of like science in itself is that you can have sort of that back and forth until you settle on some sort of like well-established ground. But the road to that is a little bit messy. So while I agree with you, Jadu, I still think, you know, it's still a better process than other processes. Okay, there we go. I think my PNG tuber's back somewhere. There he is. I'll bring out the boobies again, just for the sake of lightheartedness. Do a jiggle? Shit, it'd be jiggling. It'd be jiggling, Silunarion. Thank you for the redeem. How you doing, big dog? Okay, I am getting really sick and tired of just fiddling around with the hair here. I think I'm just gonna... It's not done, but I'm just gonna, you know... I gotta cut my losses at some point. Sorry for the flashbang, guys. It's all in my hand. I think about it over and over again. It's all in my hand. You know, one time I'm gonna have to DM you because sometimes there are things I'd like to talk about with you that are just too complex to put in Twitch chat. It's probably, yeah, you can DM me, bro. It's gonna depend on when I have time, you know? But yeah, I'm totally open to going to war with you, Jadu. No, I'm just kidding. I'm trying to find a sort of color that I feel fits better with a white background. This is more human-esque. She's kind of like a blue-ish hue. What do I have right now as a base? That. Because it's all in my hand. It's difficult to have deep conversations about this stuff on stream. Because there's just, you have to balance your own opinions along with the opinions of like the general like cognitive hive mind of chat, which is probably going to be fighting with each other as well. So it's like, it's not a good medium for me to sort of have that discussion. And that's sort of what I mean about debate broing stuff. I feel like a little bit I got into debate broing at you guys a little bit there. Because I'm sure some people didn't enjoy that discussion. But that's sort of what I mean by trying to be a little bit more dose specific about how we discuss that stuff. What am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for a hue layer. New correction layer. Saturation. Woo! We don't want to saturate it too much. My hand. Over and over again. Let's try to soften things up. Bring the values up a little bit. The PNG ain't acting much to you speaking unless you talk loud, by the way. Seems fine. I think it seems fine. Talk. No, I'm gonna whisper and see if it picks up my microphone. Is it picking me up right now? It's not picking me up. You might be onto something. Which is unusual. Whatever, dude. I think it's probably for the best that it's not super duper sensitive. Just because sometimes it picks up like pen taps and shit like that, but... 1v1 debate me. 1v1 rust only, dude. Sniper only. Quickscope only. I'm just sleepy, brained from work. I'm sorry to hear that. If it were up to me, Shoddy, you'd never work again. How do you feel about that? Gotta do a little bit cleaner edge work here. A little bit more edging. I had to play this on a trumpet. I hate this keyboard. Bro almost sparked a new debate. Shoddy, real quick, take up the offer to be a sugar baby. Whoa, I can't afford that. Shoddy, I'm sorry. I can't afford you, girl. You're too valuable for me, unfortunately. I gotta get my bread up before I start adopting and financially supporting chatters. Wow, NFT's the top chatter at a whopping 15K. How do you know that? How do you find that out? How's that possible while he's barely here? I mean, he just comes here and talks shit to me, dude. I guarantee there are people who chat more than him. I think Sheev B for a while was up there. I tried, but for some reason my keyboard translates my word into a whole different language, even though my stuff's all in English. Oh no. There's a site for it? No, he is the top chatter? What's the site? What the hell? My widget just restarted. I'm the 14th top chatter? How do you check this shit? May I drop the link? I mean, as long as it's not a virus, yeah, sure. Go for it. Whew, I still feel like this could be a lot lighter. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna use the contrast layer, I think. New layer. Contrast. We're gonna pump up the contrast. Ooh, that's too much. Whoa! Look at that. That's kind of nice. I don't know. There's something appealing about that, but it's not gonna work. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably just because NFT's just been here. He's been here since like day one. So he was here like he used to be really, 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 really active way back in the day. That list makes sense to me. That's cool. Lurk, enjoy your lurk, Kayla. Have fun. Apparently I'm 95. Makes sense, I'm usually on YouTube. Just I used to be a smaller channel, right? So I had a lot more one-on-one engagement with people, and so people like NFT, because they were here like very, very early on, they've probably sent more messages overall on any given stream. Also, keep in mind, Boba, he does like P tracker and that stuff too, you know. So it's that's also why Boba's like probably up there. Boba doesn't actually chat too much, but Dick rating 2 is another one. Like command use. So stream elements, I guess, is like chatter statistics, huh? I use Twitch tracker for like my own statistics, or like comparing to like cohorts and stuff like that. So if you're ever interested in data, that data is pretty accurate. It's very similar to my dashboard. Stream Elements is very skewed. Yeah, Twitch tracker seems pretty good. It's not going to show you like chatter statistics. It'll show you my statistics. But it's pretty accurate. Like it's almost a one-to-one to my dashboard. I gotta Google what that means. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't know if you want to do that. Somebody just Googled enemas, didn't they? We're getting there. Sade, the goddess of being passive-aggressive. Am I really? I don't think you are. There's meaner people than you, Sade. You're not mean at all. Shouldn't he? Do you think, does Shaggy actually talk like this? If I watch like an interview of Shaggy, does he sound like this? Or is he doing a voice? He must be doing a voice. Imagine existing, couldn't be me. How are you, big dog? What up, Myth? How you doing? I'm good. I'm chilling. Thank you, Snack. I knew I was an angel. God of barbecue sauce on my titties. Haram, bro. I was running around the big city today with some of my friends, which was nice. What were you getting up to? Just tearing it up, dude? Yeah, I just want you all to note that Symphony tried to roll my hog, and he wanted to... I'm sure you were hoping for a little micropene, but, you know, the maestro doesn't conduct himself with small instruments. Yeah, Chaos and Havoc mostly. You're like, you're basically like one of the New York villains that terrorizes Spider-Man. Is that what you're saying? this needs a thicker border here. $55. I don't know why I said 25. 55 stream streak, bro. Insane. Thank you so much for 55 streams. Talk about chaos and havoc. Hey, yo, 55? I'm actually a Spider-Man villain. How'd you know? What up, you okay? How you doing? At least I know how to use it, I guess. That's right. Your stroke game off the charts. Okay, I'm gonna have to take painting this hoodie a little bit more serious, I think. I still gotta do the fucking horns. I don't wanna chat. There's a lot I need to do, but I've decided I'm gonna leave it a little half done because I'm lazy. I have no life anymore, it's just snack streams. Send help, dude. That does sound concerning. You only exist when I do. Also, Doomer King, I noticed you have some work in the critiques channel. I didn't see it earlier. I know you disappeared earlier and you're lurking, but if you're around and you want feedback, let me know. I'm lazy for not rendering. This is completely optional art piece done solely because I want to do it. Exactly. I just know I have so many animation things I need to finish. Okay, I'm gonna start painting the hoodie now a little bit cleaner. And the horns, and the horns. We're gonna use this white background though. What am I doing? I'm getting rid of this view. Selection border. There we go. I've been thriving on lazy art lately. I struggle with that quite a bit, I won't lie. I'm very bad at doing things not to like an obsessively annoying standard. At least by my own assessments, I try to do things to a high standard-ish. But so whenever I have things that are half done, it's like frustrating. This is like way too dark, I think. Is it? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, all I spawn in for is my villainous activities and smack streams. What a fumble, dude. I took a really long time to get to this point, but my chronic illness has forced me to slow down and half-ass more. Do you feel like the reason it took you so long is just because you've been trying to power through and like all that? I feel like I can kind of relate to that a little bit. Like my shoulder, I honestly, guys, I probably should not be streaming, to be quite honest. I feel like it doesn't help with my recovery at all. But I can't stop myself from wanting to draw and do I gotta have something. I can't just sit around and play Ocarina of Time all day, you know? As nice as that sounds. Fumbled your own name? That's because I'm a drug, dude. I'm smack. I like the hue variety here. I think the hoodie could be a little bit of a different shape, though. This rounded shape is a little weird, I find. I know you take forever and a half to finish a single thing, but do you have any idea of how to approach both quality and efficiency to hit a certain level of output? Nope, just comes with time. It is one of those things. I mean, you could probably drill it by just trying to do shit as fast as possible, but you're better off doing things slowly until you get comfortable doing those things. I don't know why this is upside down. And then it'll just get faster on its own. It's not really a thing that I think you could probably, I guess maybe there's probably a way to directly train it. I don't know how. Speed is a consequence of experience. That's all. Like, realistically, I started drawing this last night, and I feel like, you know, I made pretty good time on it. I say slow, but getting this done in 5 or 6 hours of unfocused work is pretty good. Mine puts me in the hospital, so I don't have the ability to draw or do anything at that time as I'm so ill. It forced me to slow down and be more picky with what details are important, how long I spend on things. I used to spend days working on food, and now I can usually get a couple out in the style I've been doing because I've been so sick. Ah, that sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's something that you can improve. I don't know. That is tough, though. Footloose. I don't like the shape of the hood here. Especially this bit here. Honestly, my legs are shit because of my spine problem, so I don't really have that much nowhere to walk, so I sit on my ass and draw. That's rough, dude. Really don't know how to do this. I think this needs to be more rounded. Just to show that the neck is putting pressure on it. This song just makes me think of the fucking the like meme. I wish my right leg would work again. Yeah, it's rough, dude. Time to see my song list. Do your thing. Cause I got you, babe. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think I'm just gonna call it on this piece, dude. I don't know if there's much more that I really want to do on this. I don't think I can bring it to any, like, I could probably bring it to a higher level. I just don't know if I really want to right now. Let me just do some tiny little cleanup stuff and then... Oh, whoops. I read Baby Shark for a second. Kayla, it's okay. I won't judge you too hard. You can cue it up. I'm just kidding. Don't cue it up. I taught daycare. If I hear that song one more time, I will lose my mind. I guess if you work in like childcare, that would really fucking suck. I feel like that's how I feel about like Justin Bieber and shit. From like, well, when I used to work in malls, and they always play the most generic fucking shit ever. I worked in malls in like the 2010s. And so now that music just drives me fucking crazy. think having this negative space here is gonna feel a little nicer. Yo, I'm back. What up, Nancy? We're about to wrap this up. I'm kind of just tired of working on it. There's a lot of stuff I could fix on it, but I may tap out, dude. I'm just doing little cleanup spots right now, but I don't think I'm gonna go too hard on any. I have to head off now. Enjoy the art, though. Y'all enjoy the art, though. Have a good day, lads. Peace out, Myth. Thanks for popping in. Thank you for 55 stream streak, too, by the way. Crazy. What up, Milky? I catch you 2 days in a row? That's crazy. You're like freaking obsessed, dude. Nah, I'm just kidding. How you doing, dude? Welcome in. 2 days in a row. That's okay. I'm still so excited you drew me and I got to see you paint. Well, you're welcome. It is kind of awesome, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. I'm in dick mode right now. YouTube links don't work, you okay? It's got to be Spotify links. Fuck my money. You don't have Spotify, dog? I don't think... You don't need it. Do you have to pay for Spotify? I don't think so. It's free, right? It's just if you want, like, ad-free viewing that you have to pay. I'm obsessed, man. I have an altar of you in my room. Well, you know, it works out because I'm tiny, so the altar doesn't have to be that big. You guys should all take a little note from Milky here and all get a little altar of me in your room. What kind of cult are we if you're not worshiping, you know? Yes, correct. That's what I thought. Ad-free is pay. Ad-free is pay. As a demon, I cannot. You could summon me. I could be your patron, you know? Speaking of Nancy fan art, I tried to do another one aside from my original. I tried to make a more complex composition to make up for what I thought was a lack of technical skill, but I'm not sure if that just made things hard for me to do. I haven't fully finished it yet. But do you mind taking a look at it to give me your opinions on what I can improve? By the way, she's in a bikini, so I don't know if you want to pull it up. As long as she's her titties are covered and her vajayjay is also fabriced up, then I think we're good. If you wanna drop it in there, you can. I don't know who Anama Lo Karis Enjoyer is on Discord, but if you're in chat, I can go over your work too. There's not a whole lot I would add to it. I think it looks good. I think there's some perspective stuff I would probably change, but otherwise. Wait, how do you let people add songs directly to your Spotify? I've been trying to figure that out for ages. So I use not an extension. I guess it's like a software called Songify. I'll spell it out for you here. Song if I. It's kind of wonky sometimes. The fix is usually to just restart it. But essentially, you link your Twitch, you link your Spotify, and then you make it tied to a command. And yeah, that's it. And then people can just queue shit up. There's a bunch of tutorials online. Yeah. If you have like any questions, I can maybe help you out. I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty terrible at using Songify. It's been a while since I set it up. But if you struggle to figure it out, maybe we'll troubleshoot. Otherwise, there's lots of tutorials. Ooh, seeing my handwriting flipped is so fucking weird. I don't like that. This is why you get the altar, man. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Snack said we gotta start cult maxing. That's right, dude. You gotta start cult maxing. Do you want to exchange summoning stones? I'll paint a little carrot on yours. I feel like that's gonna get us mixed up and we're gonna summon like some carrot demon or some shit. But you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Let's try it. The song I suggested has the singer singing underwater and playing the piano underwater. Okay, that's interesting. We'll give it a little listen, I suppose. Accidentally summoning the Easter Bunny live. Gone wrong. Gone sexual. 3 a.m. Okay, let me pull this up real quick. Let's go over Jadu's thing. Quick fet. I was trying to say something in French, but I tried to say tout sweet. And then for some reason my brain was like, that's not French, but it is. We're gonna look at Jadu's thing, tout suite, and take a little look-see. I mean, Jadu, the first thing is this character is like completely off balance. They're just falling face first in this direction. Did you use a reference for this, Jadu? I gotta ask. Snack, would you say you're good at character design? I think so. I think it's probably one of my strengths. The thing is, if you're asking me like how to draw clothes and shit like that, I'm not very good at explaining that. A lot of it is just gonna come down to, oh shit, J. Cole. A lot of it's just gonna come down to shape language and designing appealing shapes, which is very hard to explain because it's a very vibes-based thing, you know what I mean? Well, Jadu, thanks for giving me huge titties. Thank you for giving her huge titties, Jadu. Yeah, Jadu, did you use reference? I had a reference for the wave, but not the surfer. Okay. You need to use reference for character posing. You need to. It has to be a hard rule. I feel like I've said this a few times when you send me stuff. You need to go into it with reference every time. Okay? Because I feel like on this pose, they're very off balance. Very off balance. Like, looking at a surfer here, let's take this, I don't know, let's try and grab something that doesn't have, like, complex perspective. It's kind of a little bit of a sort of forced perspective on this, but it's fine. It's not too bad. So if I use this, like, the weight is distributed very, very differently. It looks like she's jumping off the board on yours a little bit. So if I were to go over this, I'd probably use my reference. You don't have to do like a one-to-one like exactly the way the reference is, but you certainly have to use some of the weight examples here. So her shoulders, like you see how you're showing her neck here? She's going to be bent forward, so she's going to have more of a C curve. This kid kind of has like a C curve here. It's hard to see it that way, but the gesture is going to be very, very different. And you kind of want to sort of visually identify gestures in a lot of these poses. So if I'm drawing Nancy here, let's say I want her to be facing 3/4. Oops. Maybe something like this. Booby. Booby. We'll figure out the boobies in a bit, but just baseline posing here. I'm looking for like a sort of a crouch pose a little bit more. And look, I'm not really using the reference one-to-one. I'm taking the reference to understand how the body positions itself in this perspective and how the weight's distributed. And maybe it happens that I'll just end up using the reference in the end. It's not a big deal. It's like a pose reference, you know. I'm not gonna get internet canceled. Well, maybe somebody would, but you know what? They could come for me, and then they can cancel me. Just kidding. I'm just erasing some shit out here. I had a reference with the wave, but not the surfer. I tried to make them more lore accurate. Actually, I do see what you mean immediately. What do you mean? Like on the weight distribution? Like they're crouched. Your character is like basically like all of her weight. If I look at your pose here, okay? All of the weight is shifted and centralized right here. This is where the weight is. This is where everything is positioned. All of the weight is right here, and that doesn't work. The reason it doesn't work is because there's nothing to ground this area. There's no foot here. There's no foot here. There isn't even like a foot here with like some counterweight with a knee here. There's nothing along this plumb line to identify that she's balanced. Whereas if you look at this kid here, if I draw a plumb line on this kid, you can instantly identify where the weight is. Okay? The plumb line, by the way, is just in between the collarbone. If you place a dot and then you draw a vertical line straight down, it's going to show you your weight distribution. And because this kid's surfing, his weight distribution is almost even between his feet here. He's even got his arms balancing on either side of this. Okay? So look how even the split is on this weight distribution versus the split on your pose. Right? That versus what we had here. There's nothing. You need weight over on this side. Otherwise, she's falling. If your plumb line is shifted either too far this direction or too far this direction without any way to brace, your character's going to fall. Always draw the plumb line. Yeah. I mean, if you find it helps, draw the plumb line. If you can't visually identify the weight distribution, draw the plumb line. Because otherwise it's gonna be wonky, you know? So anyways, that's sort of what I'm doing here with my drawing. Is I'm just getting a rough, I'm just getting a rough pose in here. Oh my god, dude. Let me fucking erase this shit. What's going on? Because it's a lady, we could give her like a smaller rib cage, larger pelvis, all that good lady stuff. But we still want our weight distributed. Now, if you're doing like an angle like this, it's gonna be a little difficult, I think. I think we need a little bit more foreshortening on the knee here. The feet also have to be in line with each other, right? Look at the feet. They're both centralized on the board here. Now you have that. Your feet are centralized on the board. But they're just kind of in a weird spot. So if I put the foot like here, that means the board has to be a little bit more like this. Sorry, I eat pears now. Like I've said to you before, Jadu, I use refs for everything. Look, if you're a beginner artist, it has to be a hard rule. Like you're not going to figure it out, okay? Maybe you will. Maybe the stars will align, and maybe you'll guess some interesting shapes that work. But the amount of time you're going to waste guessing is going to delay your progress in art dramatically. You could probably find the right answer by guessing and then eventually repeating that and slowly getting better. But you are handicapping yourself so hard by not using reference. So let's say, I don't know where the other knee would be. I don't know. This is just an example, right? Like, I think I could even push the head out more to get a stronger gesture going through here. Okay, so we gotta get the posing right. I think this foot would actually be farther back. I'm trying to think. If I'm a surfer, I think the head would be a little bit more forward. I get too hype on the idea and dive straight into it. I mean, you got to plan. Every piece has to be like a plan. You wouldn't go in like you did like biochem, right? You wouldn't just go into the lab without like disinfecting your equipment and like just fucking throwing shit in a pot without ever reading the instructions or anything like that. You would fucking kill yourself, you know? So you got to plan your shit, dude. Same thing with art. There's no shortcuts. You don't just go into the gym and put 405 pounds on the bar and just hope that you can bench press it on day one. You'll kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like everything, every single thing on Earth has like stages where you need to work through, okay? And art is no different. Right? Like, I'm going through here. I'm planning out my pose very, very loosely, very gesturally, okay? And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to tie things down a little bit more, right? So if I'm happy with this, now I can take this, lighten it up, and then I can go in here and I can be like, okay, now I'm going to think about, like, the head shape, the eyes, all that stuff. I don't know, blah, 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 bangs, bangs, hair, hair, boobs, boobs, you get it. I'm not doing this perfectly, I'm just kind of giving you an idea of how I would approach it in stages. The goal with this demonstration is not to make a pretty picture, it's just to show you how I would tackle a complex piece like this. The best way I've found to get faster is to practice more basics. Yeah, for sure, dude. Tracing and replicating complex poses to train my hand. Yeah, tracing is fantastic for understanding appealing forms, okay? That's a really good, useful way to learn how to make forms appealing. It's just to see how other people made it appealing. But the whole point is to, like, try and understand it. Anyways, whatever. You get the idea, right? How old were you when you realized the wood can melt? Melt. Does wood melt? It, like, burns. Right? And then from here, you're going in, you're tweaking your stuff, you're making it more appealing, whatever. This is where you're pushing and pulling your proportions. And even if you want to change your expression up, you can do that really easily in this stage. You know, and then you're working it and working it and working it. Don't skip stages. I forgot to mention the other reason I had a board kind of writing up, a board kind of writing up like that, is that I was using the golden ratio of composition to draw the action towards the center. To draw the attention towards her face. Maybe my execution was a bit wrong. Would there have been a better approach to try and do the same thing? Complex compositional pieces are not my bread and butter. What I would say is, you know, I don't really know how I would do it personally. I'd probably use like flowing lines to sort of redirect the eye, the eye up to the face. Maybe you see how this like naturally creates like a directional view towards the face here, something like that, and then this could just be like sky or whatever. I don't know. So I would probably do something similar to what you did here. And I think that's totally fine. I would reduce the detailing. I would really make it so that this is the most detailed part of the piece. If you spread detail out evenly everywhere, people are going to get confused and they're not going to know what to look at. My advice to you would be to look at landscape painters and see how they reduce detail in atmospheric range. So the farther you get away from a subject or the camera, right? The more blurry and less detailed things become as you go farther away. Okay, so if you look at a lot of environmental paintings, there's tons of environment paintings online. Again, reference, right? Find environment paintings online that will have the ocean or whatever inside there, and see how other artists simplify the stylistic language of the way they paint on their canvas with oceans or whatever the fuck, you know? So, like, that's what I would say. That would be my advice if your goal is to have, like, a reduction in detail. You can spend hours trying to figure out how to reduce it yourself. You could analyze somebody else's work and see how they do it. That's what I would do. You can use lots of subtle things to draw attention to the face. Negative space, color brightness, yeah. Color contrast as well is another one. Oh, color and brightness is basically what she said. Can draw attention areas too. Contrast, lighter values here, darker values around, you know, all that shit. Giant paintbrush. That one's a tricky one. I don't really know how I would draw a giant paintbrush in this context. She definitely needs a strap if she has a giant paintbrush on her back. Does yours have a strap? Oh no, it's held by the tail, I see. It's a strong-ass tail, dude. And change the spike direction so it's a little bit more directed at the face here. I don't really know. I don't really know. The thing is, sometimes you want to use an element. Sometimes you want to be like, I want my paintbrush to have spikes on it. But sometimes it just doesn't work. And you have to decide, the elements have to add to the piece. You have to think of it as like, does this add or does it subtract from the appeal? If it subtracts, then I just wouldn't include it. Or I would modify the form to make it more appealing. Anyways, that's my advice to you. Work in stages, use reference, basically. Analyze people to see how they did it for the things that you want to pull off. Study more, essentially. Work in stages. Plan. Okay. Study other artists. And what was the other thing I said? Use reference. That'll be it. We can't really move on to painting or doing hardcore rendering until all of this stuff is taken care of. You really should not move on to painting until you are like confident that you have a strong base. At least in the way I paint, you know? HFP, what animation are you gonna work on? What up, HFP? How you doing? Really? What kind of hentai? What? Hentai? I'm not working on hentai, dude. We delete this. I'm just drawing this character. I'm doing well, thanks. Hell yeah, dude. Guys, I'm just gonna pop out for 2 minutes. I just want to get something to eat. I'm fucking hungry, dude. BRB. Let's drop a little BRB here. Fuck. What's going on, dude? Every time I leak, something's going on. What's going on here? Chuck Chan raiding me. Oh shit. Okay. How you doing, Chuck? Very cool raid message goes here. Insert raid message. How you doing, Chuck? I just disappeared to go get something to eat. But we got a Chuck raid, so we'll say hello to Chuck. I'll defer eating for another 10 minutes, and then I also got a little follow. Oscar Mouch, thank you for the follow. How's it going, Snack? I'm doing good, dude. I'm doing good. How's it going with you? I was lurking in your stream earlier. Actually, I think I'm part of this raid, ironically. I also suggested something. What about... I wonder what it is. What about a man and a woman sitting on toilets texting each other? What? HFP, bro. I don't see you for months, HFP. You come back trying to fucking get us going on the poop the poop-based themes again. I appreciate the persistence, HFP, but we're not doing the toilet-based imagery today, unfortunately. Sorry to disappoint. Though I do love the persistence. I do love the appeal. And I quite enjoy your little stories. But no poop-based illustrations today, unfortunately. Chuck, maybe next time? Hey, man, if you keep trying, maybe one of these days, you know? It's been, what, a year now? One day, maybe I'll draw a girl pooping on the toilet for you. Chuck, I'm doing good. What are we up to today? I'm doing a painting. Wow, you take poop-based content at all? Only for the highest paid clients, okay? Like Disney, Netflix. I'll do poop-based animations for them. For the clout, you know? No, I'm just kidding. We're not doing any poop-based stuff. You guys think having sex with a little person would be fun? We're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, Chuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on with chat right now, but Chuck, what were you up to today? Please give me a different topic to talk about, Chuck. Please send me in any other direction than the direction we're going for. I should have never come back. I should have just been fucking eating. Chuck, what are your chatters on? I don't think that's a Chuck chatter. I think that's one of mine. I need to zone out more often. Merc, I'm with you, dude. I need to zone out more often. I should have stayed making lunch. Hi, I'm Piss. That does not surprise me at all. That does not surprise me at all that that's Piss, dude. Piss is a lady chatter of mine. Piss, you do so much work for normalizing gender equity between, you know, perverted weirdos in my chat. I respect it. The most I got was a fart song request. I've had a lot of interesting requests. Most of them come from HFP. HFP was a regular here for a while who would always ask me to draw girls pooping and beating off the, like, bandits with, like, poop-themed scenarios. But, yeah. Anyways, all that to say, Chuck, please, for the love of God, tell me you want to share something that isn't poop-based and or doesn't involve sleeping with little people right now. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank God. Holy shit. Also, Chuck, for those who don't know, I'm going to give a little shout out to Chuck Chan here. Chuck is a fellow streamer here on Twitch, fantastic animator, and also one of the few animators here on Twitch. I think off the top of my head, I can think of you, Chuck Chan. I can think of Crymelt, myself. I don't really know who else animates on Twitch, like, that regularly streams. Those are really the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Also, Snack, you forgot to add him a lesbian lady chatter with a foot kink. Right, I forgot. We got a lesbian toe sucker. My bad. I didn't mean to not identify you properly. God forbid I make that mistake right now. All right, what was I doing? I'm giving shout outs to Chuck right now. Chuck Chan. Thank you for the raid. I'm very sorry that you raided into me at this moment in time, and I'm sure you feel sorry for raiding into me at this moment in time. But if you guys want to go follow somebody who does fantastic animations, Chuck Chan is your guy. And with that, Chuck, if you want to link anything, if you want to get out of here, I definitely will not blame you. But if you want to hang around, you're more than welcome to. I am going to BRB the second we show off your work, though, because I am fucking hungry. All this talk of poop and sex has gotten me so hungry, dude, you have no idea. I think I missed some messages earlier. What do we got? Very cool raid message goes here. Blah, blah, blah. Instantly thought of Boondocks with this song. I'm doing well. Songify thing works perfectly. Cool. Okay. That is good. What am I up to today? Okay. Alright. My animation skills can only take me to walk cycles. I mean, that's a good place to start, dude. I think if you want to build a portfolio, like if you want to work in a professional animation environment, you should have a portfolio that includes a walk cycle, a run cycle, some sort of acting, optional to include lip sync in that acting, or to have it as a separate scene. That's what I would say. Those 4 pieces are pretty critical for professional work. All right, we got a lake here. So nice, dude. All right, let me. I'm gonna post it in the Discord, and I'm gonna share my screen. And then we're gonna share this. Let me show off. Let me show off the dick cord real quick. Swing. Check it out, guys. This is Chuck Chan's animation. Is it not playing? It's not. It's frozen right now. Okay, there we go. What's this part of? I assume it's going to be a longer scene because it holds at the end there, right? It looks fantastic, dude. As always. I think it's sick. Swing. Thank you. No worries, dude. It's meant to be an emotive response when people talk to my chatbot. Oh, okay. Oh, speaking of chatbots, where the hell's my PNG tuber? What the fuck? Where'd he go? Oh, it crashed. Let me restart that. It's meant to be an emotive response when people talk, so you could chat with her. She responds with a message and an emotion response, such as laughing. I've seen that a lot on a lot of recent streams. People have basically been doing this thing. I'm gonna raise my desk a little bit. People have been doing this thing where they have like a little chat pop-up, almost like a video game chat box. Is that what you're doing, essentially, but with that character? Also, Nancy, I'm more or less done with this. It's not perfect, but it's done, you know? So, if you want me to send you this, I'll send it to you. Fuck. Please. Where did you go, Unc? What the fuck? Come back? I'm right here. I'm right here. Ian, hey, how's it going, man? How's it going, Ian? I missed you, dude. I was just thinking, where the hell is my boy Ian? Where are my YouTube chatters at? It's so messy. Please! Okay, let me actually, I don't even know if I've saved this. Oh yeah, I have. I did, I named it. I named it Nancy. Let me save real quick. Nancy.clip exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes. Save as. JPEG. It's kind of small. Whatever, it's saved as a JPEG now. Remind me to send that to you later, Nancy. Oops. That sweet molasses thing from the raid earlier. The concept of my stream is similar to the Muppets, so you can actually interact with the characters on the screen. Oh, shit. So fancy, dude. I feel like I gotta start leveling up my fucking stream, you know? My stream is so basic. The fanciest thing I got is big fat titties. That's it. Doing alright, just drawing. What you drawing, Ian? Now I'm gonna get back to animating. Actually, I am still insanely hungry. It's all I got, dude. It's my whole shtick. I've put all of my chips into this gamble, you know? Me too. I feel like I need to update loads. For me, it's I gotta do emotes. I gotta do a bunch of shit, you know? I gotta do like sub badges, all that shit. Also, Piss, why do you keep changing your name? You confuse me every time. I was like, if I didn't know it was you that said that earlier, Piss, I would have probably just banned you. I would have been like, we're getting rid of this person. Day one. Day one, they come in with that shit. Are you using a streaming bot? A streaming bot? I mean, everything I draw is AI generated, but other than that, I don't use any bots. That's a joke, chat. That's a joke. Don't worry. Who are we getting rid of? We're not getting rid of anybody. But earlier, Piss came in and said something that normally, if that was a first-time chatter, they would have just been instantly banned. Alright, guys. I'm going to drop a little BRB. And then I'm going to go EAT, I think. I'm going to let this play through while I go eat, alright? This is your stimulation. Working on a character for a future comic book project. Hell yeah, dude. Tell me about it when I get back, alright? Hold that thought. I'm back. Sorry for leaving you, everybody. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Not what I wanted to do. Ian, what's your future comic project? I said I'd ask you when I came back. Well, I'm back now. Also, let's see what we missed. These bots really level up your stream. Sorry for ditching Chuck so soon. I'm starving, and I have to leave, like, in a half hour. And so I had to get some food in me before I leave. Microwave ass POV. Yeah. Everybody says he looks like he's being microwaved, which is kind of true. The more you stare at it, the more you see all the mistakes. One day, season 1 with sculpting skills will capture Chuck, and it'll be rounded to losing. David. What? In fact, I proposed a forbidden Chuck redeem with rounded corner avatar. Right. Right. They would fire your ass from Mappa. You've been working on this head for like 3 weeks. Yeah, they probably would, dude. Or they'd make me work way more hours. I made a tuna sandwich with an egg in it. What up, Knifey? How you doing? I have an idea for a manga sort of thing. Writing the story and drawing characters. What's the plot, though? Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. Silunarion, you horny today, dude. I know you horny. Coming in there every time. With the do a jiggle. I need an egg with a tuna sandwich in it? That would be crazy. I'm doing alright. Finished a con this morning? Hell yeah, dude. Flat his back? Oh no. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. One is trying to nut, and the other is post nut clarity. The duality of man. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my face. BRB. Does my mic pick up noise when I'm in another room? I wonder. Well, I have a generic idea of a world where stars are considered the gods and some are born under certain star signs or marked by a star, like zodiacs, I guess. What would you say for a Gemini? Dude, oh, Silunarion, you're like perfect right now. You know why? Because you're a first-time chatter who's actively been redeeming the fucking tits redeem. I don't know, but your model without melons just looks wrong. It's not about naughty stuff, only aesthetics. Very based, Silunarion. I'll choose to believe you. But it's just really funny. The idea that you come in here and like do the big tit redeem, and that you have the points to do the big tit redeem without it for chatting is just perfect, dude. It fucking rules. Make me real. No, not really. I didn't hear anything. Not usually. Okay, good. I just want to know how far my mic picks up audio. Y'all ever beat your shit to get an IQ boost? I lose IQ every time I read your fucking comments, dude. What are you on today, Piss? Oh, okay, let's figure out this guy's hair. I should warn you guys, there's probably another 30 minutes of stream left, and then I gotta take off. I got shit to do, unfortunately. And by shit to do, I mean going to get drunk at a bar. Alone? No, with people. I'm not a big drinker, you know, so I wouldn't go out drinking on my own. I don't feel like drawing at all this week. Might force myself to take a break for a month. Why a full month? I feel like that's a gateway drug to stopping, you know? I feel like you're better off just doing a little thing here and there, 5 minutes here and there, just to keep it tethered into your active lifestyle. Back, left to do a big poo? Where were you when HFP was talking about girls pooping, huh? From the nothing I've become. For context, HFP, or Hyper Flippy Pasta, used to be a regular viewer here who would come in and exclusively ask me to draw women pooping. And then he would describe poop-based scenarios in chat for like a half hour straight. Just basically going on about girls pooping and fending off invaders with like a poopy butt and like all kinds of stuff. It was wild. It was very entertaining though, I will say. Hyper Flippy Pasta, yeah, I call him HFP. It's just easier. He's my little poop guy. I'm just not inspired by anything these last couple of months. Are there any shows or anything you can watch, Black Knight? It's really tough. I feel like motivation is like the catalyst to draw, but it's not the fuel that keeps you drawing. I think that's habit and you know, lifestyle mostly. Primal. Oh, you're talking about the show. I thought you were calling HFP primal, like love and poop is like a primal thing. I don't want it to be a hard eraser. Imagine becoming a legend for being into poop. There are a few local legends in this community, okay? HFP is definitely like up there for most memorable streamer. Honestly, you guys kind of actually saw like a local legend. I'm not even joking. This guy used to bring me so much joy and so many giggle fueled like sessions of just laughing my ass off at his like scenarios. I absolutely loved when HFP would just go off about poop. The thing is, that's all he would go on about. So I like sometimes I want to draw it, but well, actually, I never want to draw it, to be quite honest. So he's definitely in the top most memorable people. Chili Lime 77 is also he's also like he's probably the most memorable legend around here. Okay, he was like this guy who told me he was like 18, and he would come into chat every day. This is when I started streaming, so I had no viewers. This is the Fat Kirby guy. You guys, I'm sure most of you, if you're regulars here, you've heard the Fat Kirby story. Okay, if you don't know, I'll tell it again real quick. But essentially, when I first started streaming, I had no viewers. It was just me talking to no one. And Chili Lime 77 was my first viewer ever. And he would come in, and he would be like, hey, can you draw Kirby? And today, if a person came in and was like, hey, can you draw this thing? I'd just be like, nah. But like back then, I didn't really use Twitch. I wasn't like a Twitch user at all before I started streaming. And so he would come in, he'd be like, "Can you draw Kirby?" And I'd be like, "Sure, man." And I would draw Kirby real quick. And then be like, "Okay, like, can you can you make him fatter?" I'd be like, "Yeah." And then so I'd make him a little fatter. They'd be like, "No, like fatter. Like make him as big as like a minivan." And then he would just keep telling me to make this Kirby fatter and fatter and fatter. And I would do it. Cuz I was and like as I'm doing it, I'm like, "You're not jerking off to this, right, dude? I just want to make sure this isn't like a fetish thing. I think you just like fat Kirby." He's like, "No, no. It's not a fetish thing. I promise. I just like Kirby." That's what he'd say every time. He'd just be like, "I just like Kirby, dude." I guarantee this fucking dude was cranking hog. 100%. Like, looking at it now, looking back on it, I was so naive to think that this guy just liked requesting morbidly obese Kirby. There's no world where that's actually, like, the actual answer. It was probably, I don't know what it was, like, vor or like inflation stuff or whatever. It was probably some shit like that. Anyway, so I was this guy's little fucking like hentai slave basically for like the first like month of me streaming until other people started showing up. Can you draw Kirby? I actually can draw Kirby relatively efficiently just because I've done it so much. The hardest part of drawing Kirby is just getting a fucking perfect circle, dude. The things we do for chatters, you know? I love humble beginnings. That's right. Back when Snack did sex work to survive on Twitch. What is an ad lib, dude? If I had reference, I'd be able to do it better, okay? But this is essentially Kirby. Maybe a little weird looking, but now I'm scared for how streaming will go for me. Well, you know, it depends on sort of. I will say, okay, look. Whenever my stream acts crazy, I need to also recognize that I've curated the community I have, okay? When Piss comes in here and says some crazy shit, or HFP shows up and says some crazy thing, or I'm being asked to draw Fat Kirby and I engage with it, it's I have fostered this community, and part of me likes that. It's fun. It's entertaining for me, okay? I think that the absurd is just, like, really, really funny to me. But I think if you're somebody that is starting streaming, just recognize that, can you make it fatter? Of course. But just recognize that, you know, if you start streaming, what you allow and what you tolerate is going to become normalized in the community. And that's sort of like not, I think a lot of streamers are like, well, I can't control what people that you totally can. You totally can. If somebody said something, like if somebody said something right now and I just went like, no, don't ever say that again, I guarantee you, and I time that person out, I guarantee you, everybody else is going to look at that and they're going to be like, whoa, I'm never going to say that shit, you know? Now, it could just be something like, I don't know. So you definitely have control over your community, to a degree. I was actually hanging out in someone's stream the other day, and someone made a joke about ice, and she said very firmly not to do that. Yeah, for sure. I could swat people and just be like, don't ever do that again, or I'm going to kill you in Minecraft, okay? And then just instantly time them out. And there's, like, people listen, right? So they're gonna hear that, and they're like, whoa, I should never do that, right? Why does Kirby look like Terrence from Angry Birds? I don't know. I've never played Angry Birds. It was a little past my generation. We had fucking, what's the thing with the duck where you gotta go over like the tubes or whatever? I don't know. I can't remember what it's called, but like the duck that like bounces over these like tube things. Nah, Google Terrence from Angry Birds. All right, I'll Google Terrence from Angry Birds. Angry Birds. Oh, it's the big fat red one. Okay, yeah, kind of. But yeah, all that to say, it's just not my style of streaming, dude. I just don't like going like super abrasive on stuff. If you guys catch me sort of being like, okay, we're no longer talking about this, it's usually because I can feel chat sort of starting to get a little bit riled up, you know, in a negative direction. I think riled up in a fun, energetic direction is fine. Riled up in like let's say you bring up the topic of politics, and I'm preempting. We're not talking about politics, but as an example, if ever politics comes up, it doesn't take long for people to start offering opinions, and sometimes people have differing opinions, and then that could devolve into arguments. And so, like as a streamer, it's kind of your responsibility to kill that shit, unless that's what you want for your community, right? Yeah, exactly. Unless you want somebody in your, if you want to be like a fucking politics debate bro community, then go for it, you know. But Flappy Bird, yes, that's what it was. Flappy Bird, 100%. Thank you, Smitty and Nancy. I find it interesting how civilized this chat was talking about the Piss Queen being into piss. Piss is actually not into piss. I don't know if Piss is still around. Piss, if you're still here, she's not into piss. She's into women and feet. Okay, that's her thing. She loves feet. I don't get it, but I've never been a foot guy. To each their own, I suppose. I heard this song so much growing up, dude. My dad loves Shaggy. This song played in my fucking house so much. Kind of a crazy song to play in a house with kids. My dad was wildin' for that one. That's so strange for the Piss Queen to not be into piss. Her name is technically just Piss. It was actually, it was Vain for a while, and then she changed it to Pissing in Vain. And then I think it was just Piss at some point. And then she showed up today and her name was Arachnagorgon. How does one discover that they're into feet? I assume it's one of those things you just know. I don't think it's one of those things where you're like closeted for years about your feet love. Maybe it is, I don't know, but I would imagine you just kind of know. The one thing I do like about this community though, like we're talking shit a little bit about sort of like people acting out or whatever. I like that we can go from having absolutely silly, absurd discussions around like, you know, poop themed home invasions to, you know, philosophical debates on like what comes after death or whatever, you know, like crazy contrasts like that are just fun for me. I'm all over the place with sort of the way I like to talk about things, and so I don't like I don't mind, I would like to not restrict topics, but at the same time, if I do, it's usually for the sake of the chat's collective mental health rather than my love for not talking about a certain thing. Rapunzel, let down your hair. What up, Vixo? How you doing? I lose control. Put it on me, sexy lady. Oh. Symphony. I know it's you, Sim. But you're going by Vixen. I found out a chatter in my stream called Eggy hates eggs. Wild. What a bait and switch, dude. I played Scrandle, really fun. 10 out of 10 to play on stream. Scrandle. Have you ever had a chatter that was a donkey? Like a living donkey? I don't think I've ever had a donkey. I've had Stonky Kong. That's pretty close. I've had Danny Donkey PNG. Are you a donkey, Danny? Is that what you're telling me right now? Is the donkey your persona? I'm gonna tone this down a little bit. I want to be a cute axolotl. Go be a cute axolotl then. Who's stopping you? Don't let society get you down, Sim. Go be a cute little axolotl. Snack, why are all your chatters animals? Because I LARP as a furry on the internet. Guys, confession here, I'm not actually a furry. I know, it's tragic, but... My persona is a dragon wolf hybrid. That's so cool, dude. Someone needs to make a series about secret furry societies who run the world. That would conflict with a lot of other conspiracy theories about people who run the world. But it would be on brand for today's topics, I guess. Epstein, the secret furry. It would be crazy if... Dude, if Epstein was a furry, it would have set back the furry community so bad. Thank God. Okay, I don't know where the fuck... Oh yes, Snack, let's get into that discussion. Who runs the world? What could go wrong? Let's not, on second thought. I draw the line at lizard people. That lizard people is an acceptable answer. It's a secret scaly society because Earth is run by reptilian overlords. I kind of like that. I like the idea that it's not actually like lizard reptilians. It's just like scaly furries. That's a much better conspiracy theory. Rich people run the world. We're getting closer, but let's stop it there, I think. That's a good place to stop. I regret saying anything. The world is ran by crab people. That's fine. The world is run by a secret lolly society. That would, well, I mean, you know, it depends on what you consider Epstein, I suppose. Guys, one thing you'll know about me is I'm not a big conspiracy guy. I don't buy into a lot of conspiracy shit personally. That may be disappointing to hear, but a furry created the vaccine for COVID. All right, now we're getting somewhere. I feel like I'm on eggshells with this discussion. Charlie Kirk talk too much? Alright. We found the line. We're basically 1 degree off from where I don't want to go, and that cements it. So we're gonna no longer talk about who runs the world. You saying pigeons reminds me of the theory that they're bots because we don't see baby pigeons. You saying pigeons reminds me. Oh, you said that. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. I'm no longer reading messages relating to who runs the world, okay, chat? Just know that. And if you keep throwing them out there, you'll probably be timed out. I can't get my handlers mad, alright? Hmm. I feel like most birds are funky looking when they're babies. Birds are really weird creatures because they're so diverse. I feel like is there any species other than like birds that has like such a large range of diversity? Insects, but I feel like insects fall under a different species each, right? Like they're not all birds. Like they're all insects, but they're like birds are like I guess species of bird they're also all kind of different. I suppose they're not, it's not like dogs. I guess my image in my head is like dogs, where dogs are just like they're all dogs, but they look so fucking weird. Like a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs, but then I guess an eagle and like a sparrow are also both birds. So they are kind of, I don't know, it's weird. Because humans all just kind of look like humans with different, you know, color palettes, basically. A little bit of a character creation edit. Sea life in general? Yeah, that's true. I'd say fish. Yeah, fish is a good answer too. Insects, I love people watching. It's strange how birds start off as a furry and then grow feathers. Oh yeah, they start off fluffy. Some of them are like completely naked. Symphony, I don't know what you're doing right now. When Bandit sees pugs, he gets upset. Bandits are racist to pugs. My old dog was actually kind of racist. She certainly had patterns of barking at specific people. Okay. I don't know why. That's not how we raised her, but the naked ones really are funky to me. Best baby bird is penguins. Fun fact, bird feathers are so well insulated that when the mother bird's incubating her eggs, she usually plucks the feathers from her belly so she can apply direct heat to the eggs. Oh, that's cool. Alright, guys, I gotta look to write out, because I gotta actually dip, unfortunately. As much as I would love to tread this line with everybody forever, I do actually have to go. Who'd I raid? Enjoyed the pub? Thanks. Thanks, Queen. Really get on the floor. Get on the floor. Okay, let me raid. Let's do, what's this person doing? Oh, I'm getting hit with a pre-roll, so we're just not gonna do that. I hate pre-rolls, guys. By the way, if you want to not get raided by me, run pre-rolls. Is it a theme pub at least? It's not. It's just like a normal bar place or whatever. Alright, we'll do this person. Have you ever raided me? No, because you stream before me. I can never, like, because of the schedule difference, I don't, maybe I've raided you once? I don't know. But I feel like where our schedules don't work that way. It's the same thing with PK. I've known him for, like, probably like a year now, and he's never had a chance to raid me because he always streams after me. Alright, let me set up this raid, and then I'll give my little going away spiel. We're gonna do this person. Alright, guys. Thank you all for coming out. If you want to catch me live, I'm going to be live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you join our Discord, and then that way you can get the live notification roll. The way you do that is you go into the rules channel in the Discord, and you just click the little purple react, and that will give you the live notification roll, and you'll know when I'm live next. Also, if you want feedback on your art from me, make sure you get into the Discord and you post to the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, I'll more than likely be willing to give you feedback on your work. And yeah, so I appreciate everybody popping in. I will see you all tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And thank you all for coming. Bye-bye.